Check, check, check. Keep on checking. Chickadee check. Welcome to the Barbecue for Books 2020. Check in again. No need to check. Welcome to the Barbecue for Books 2020 live stream concert coming to you from the Laurel Community Center in beautiful Madison County, North Carolina. The proceeds for the 4th annual Barbecue for Books benefits the Friends of the Hot Springs Library, which is an all-voluntary community organization which is dedicated to the support and well-being of the Hot Springs Library. Until 8 o'clock this evening, you will be seeing live performances from Pierce Edens and 75 Single Wide. We also have pre-recorded performances from Josh Goforth, Melanie Penland, Sun and Moon Dance, Tim Campbell, Ashley Heath, Miles Perry, Three Little Birds, and Mark Bloomling. And I'm Megan Engel, your host. Throughout the day, we'll be asking for your support making a donation of any amount, large or small. And there are different ways that you can donate. The easiest way to donate is online by PayPal or credit card at www.friendsofhotspringslibrary.org. Just look for the orange donate button. Or you can send us a check to FHSL and mail to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Several local restaurants have donation stations where you can purchase a barbecue special and leave us a cash or check donation in the jar, such as the Spring Creek Tavern, Smoky Mountain Diner, Vast Riviere, Artisan Gallery, Trailside Bakery and Cafe, and the Iron Horse Station, which is open till 9 p.m. today, where you can get a barbecue special of a Texas-style brisket with a moonshine barbecue sauce. Please stay safe and wear your mask. And now, here are the Three Little Birds with Gretchen Hauser, Scarlett Ramsey, and Emma LaFond.
Let me come home. come home. Home is whenever I'm with you. Alabama, Arkansas. I do love my mom and pop. Boats and waterfalls, alleyways and payphone calls. Let me come home. Home is whenever I'm with you. Home, yes I am home. Home is when I'm alone with you.
Hey y'all, I'm Miles Perry. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for supporting the library. Here's a tune called If You Love Somebody, Let Them Know. Outside the train depot, small leather bag and some roses. And I asked him where he was heading, and he looked up and smiled. He said, son, I'm going to see my sweet one. She's been buried in the ground for 44 years, and tomorrow's our anniversary. And I bring her roses twice a year. I took for granted all the years when she was right beside me. She'll always live right here inside. Well, if you love somebody, let them know. If you love somebody, let it show. If you love somebody, then treat them right. Put in all the work. Tomorrow is not known. Love ain't written in stone. If you love somebody, then treat them right. Let them know. He had a gaze that peered deep in my soul. He asked if I'd known that type of love. Do you got a sweet woman at home? Does she know how you feel? Does she know your love will always grow? Embrace the ups and downs, the highs and lows. And after the storm, look for the rainbow. Let her know she's beautiful even when she's a mess. And always in the day with kindness. Well, if you love somebody, let them know. If you love somebody, let it show. If you love somebody, then treat them right. Put in all the work. Tomorrow is not known. Love ain't written in stone. If you love somebody, then treat them right. Let them know.
to offer you shelter at the cold. Maybe I'll watch you above the clouds. Wait till the actress
That was Miles Perry, recorded at the Iron Horse Station, and Tim Campbell, recorded at Azul. The Friends of the Hot Springs Library made a leap of faith in 2016 that we could find, pay for, and establish a new home for our library. An incredible thing to ask for a small community like Hot Springs. But we're doing it. Your donation to this fundraiser goes towards the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. Watch for a little history of this project. And if you're liking what you're seeing, please text your friend. If you're getting a barbecue special, go ahead and take a picture, hashtag it, Barbecue for Books 2020. I know that one of these days, a little bit later, you're going to get one of those songs you heard stuck in your head, and you can just remember, I am going to donate again to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. Now we have a video about more of the Friends.
We're sitting here with some friends of the library. If you'd like to introduce yourself first, Ike Lassiter.
Yeah, well, I'm Ike Lassiter, and I've lived in Hot Springs about 12 years. Sally and I moved here from Virginia, and I guess because of either our interest in reading books or background with schools, we sort of gravitated toward the library and the Friends of the Library as a civic project to work on. So I've been, for several years, have been the chair of the Friends of the Library group in Hot Springs.
And Mary, tell us a little bit about what the Friends is. What is that group?
Friends is an all-volunteer organization, and we support the Hot Springs Library through fundraising, volunteerism. We go to meetings. We sponsor programs. We've sponsored lots of programs over the years, both author programs, children's programs, summer reading program that happens at the library every year. And we have a membership of probably between 75 and 100 right now. And you can join as a single membership for $10 a year, or a family membership for $25 a year, or you can join as a lifetime member for $150.
And each of our libraries in the county has a friends group,
Yes.
right?
All 3 of our county libraries have friends groups.
Okay. And John Grader?
Yes, I'm John Grader, and I'm the treasurer of the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. We are the 3 offices, and we've been doing this for many years. We haven't had much luck recruiting our replacements, but this is an important project, our new library. And just backing up to the history, the county library only started in the 1950s. There was no county library before that time. And one of the first librarians was a woman named Peggy Dotterer, who was a descendant of the original Colonel Rumbaugh. And she drove a bookmobile. And there's some great photos of her driving, not just in the Hot Springs area, but Laurel, Spring Creek, and all over the county. And then finally there was a branch in Hot Springs. Mary has talked about, at one point it was in the old fire station, the old jail, 1 room, and Hazel Thomas was the librarian.
Hazel Moore,
And
right? Yeah, Hazel Moore.
and she's also one of the historians of Hot Springs, or was. And then we don't know the whole history because we're the last 20 years, this group. But the library moved around to various space that was either free or rented for several years, and including 5 years at the old Forest Service building right on Bridge Street, which worked out well because it's walkable, and people can come to town and go to the post office and go to the hardware and also go to the library. But that was also rented space, and so we looked for a permanent home. And our county doesn't have much capital budget, so the Friends decided we would raise enough money to purchase a building, preferably right downtown so it continued to be a walking visit. Plus, Bridge Street is part of the Appalachian Trail. So we had been on the AT for 5 years, and it was time when we bought a new building to continue that. So we bought a building that used to be a sandwich shop and various other things right downtown, next to what was the bank before it closed. And it's a 1-story building. There'll be some pictures sometime during our presentation today. But the county was delighted with the space. And so we raised initially $100,000 to help buy the building and to put equipment in there. And the county runs the library. This is part of the Madison County Library system. So they provide the staff, the books, and they're paying the utilities and everything. So our small Friends group wanted to make this happen. So again, we raised the initial money to buy the building, and we were fortunate to have a local bank provide a mortgage note for 5 years that we would then pay down with the help of the county's rent until the point, hopefully next spring, that it's paid off. When it's paid off, the Friends of the Library are going to donate it to Madison County so that it can be, continue to be the permanent home of the Hot Springs Library. We have since, paid down that debt in half, and part of the reason for this live streaming book barbecue for books is to continue raising money as we have every year for the last 4 years. Our donors are people in town, people out in the country, people from other parts of North Carolina who think this is a great thing and continue to contribute. And we'd love to have your help as being part of that. Thanks.
I have a comment about something that I usually try to say at every public meeting. Because our monthly mortgage payments are funded by rent paid by the county and by a generous pledge from a person who doesn't live in Hot Springs but used to own property here, we are able to devote all of our fundraising proceeds to paying the mortgage off in advance. So part of our secret here is that nothing that we do in fundraising goes for interest. It all goes directly to reduce the principal on the loan. And I think that's a very wonderful thing. And so our supporters can be sure that they are 100% supporting the early retirement of the debt.
And we've had some steadfast supporters. Because it's a small place, Hot Springs, and the surrounding county. So we've had some really, really generous people who have donated over and over and over again for the last 4 years. And
It's really a remarkable accomplishment
It really
to,
is.
first of all, purchase the building and then to have this goal of giving it back to the county. It really is, it's really a commendable project, especially for a community as small as us. For those of you that don't know, our community, Hot Springs, has 600 residents.
Yeah, a little over 600.
The county as a whole is 20,000 people. Our population hasn't changed roughly since the late 1800s. We've been between 18,000 and 20,000, so we are a very small community. One of the things that does need to be touted is that in 2018, the Madison County Library System was voted best small library in America, and we're on the cover of Library Journal for that year, and it really was a remarkable feat for that, and for that you all should be commended and lauded. And so for those of you that don't that live in the far reaches of our country, please know that libraries are the backbone of our community. They keep they give our families a place to go. They keep us moving forward. They keep information. They are a safe place for children and adults to go and learn and be a part of their community. And so we're really grateful for this library, that the library exists here, and especially for this group of friends who has kept this going and whose goal is now to return this building back to the county for the library system's use. So it's a really wonderful program.
Liz, I might make a comment about adult education.
Yes.
That the Friends of the Library promotes. Right now we're sort of on hold because of the pandemic, but we have frequent presentations by authors or experts, as well as sponsoring things that happen at Hot Springs Elementary School. And I think that gives us the ability in a small town, in a rural county, to have high quality programming for adults and for children, and makes it more than just a place with books or computers, but it's really a source of cultural development and education for this area. And so that's something that we really emphasize, and we're eager to get back into that business. In fact, we have 1 or 2 projects that are holding until we're able to have them go live and resume that activity for our adult population, especially in the county.
And it should be noted that in a county of 20,000, that last year 16,000 people were served by our library system. And so if anyone has a doubt that a library impacts a community, that's the proof right there. We're outside.
Let me add again about the Appalachian Trail hikers.
Are we the only library on the AT, or is there another?
One other, right?
There's at least one other in Damascus, Virginia, but we are right on the trail. The hikers go right in front of our library on the sidewalk, and then cross the French Broad River on the only bridge. And we are a friend of the Appalachian Trail Conference. We've received some grant funding from them. We provide free wireless, the best wireless in town at this point. And for clothes, they can sit on the bench out front and plug into the rest of the universe. And inside, we have a computer learning room with 10 or 12 computers, which is great for kids who come and use it, adults, but also the through hikers. Although many of them have a cell phone, some sometimes it's the wrong provider and they don't get much coverage. So we also have a little used bookshop. So if you're hiking the trail and you finish that little paperback a couple of shelters back, you can donate it to us and then go ahead and get another one for 50 cents or $1. So we serve a lot of communities here, and it's been a very positive project in that the folks supporting it include those who were born here and been here forever, and those of us who saw the light and have moved here since then.
We got here as fast as we
So,
could.
It's very much of a broad community project.
And our local businesses have
Yes.
helped a lot in donating either time, food, or funds.
Right, and it should be said too that a lot of people that are working on this Barbecue for Books live stream are people who work in this community and who are business owners in the community, and so we do feel their full support, which is really wonderful.
Liz, I'd like to make a comment about the organization of the Friends of the Library. We have a great time with our monthly meetings. Right now we're Zooming, but we're looking forward to getting back in person. And one thing that strikes me as really good about the organization is if we had no money at all, we would do good things and have a good time meeting. And so being able to do things for the community and to support the long-range development, the education of children is really enjoyable, and I think that this kind of civic involvement is great, and it's really encouraging to know that folks who don't live here but who come here to visit or walk through on the trail have been supportive and are interested in Hot Springs and in its library. So it's really a wonderful organization to be involved with. We have such a good time together. And sometimes we have trouble finishing the meetings when we're supposed to because we just keep going, talking. Lots of folks contribute ideas, so when a topic comes up for a project, we'll have a pretty thorough discussion of lots of ideas. So it allows people to participate in our projects, even if they're not on the subcommittee that's dealing with it. So we always give lots of advice to the folks who are doing the work, like Mary, for example, with this event today. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, we hope that everyone will enjoy our live streaming. We're going to be getting back to music. We're so fortunate to have so many local musicians contributing to this day, and we are grateful to them. And we hope that you'll check out our website and continue to support the Hot Springs Library and really the Madison County Library System. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
Bye.
That video was filmed just around the corner from the Smoky Mountain Diner. The diner has been feeding our community for over 25 years. Gina and her family have been welcoming thousands of folks and feeding their little bellies. The Smoky Mountain Diner serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner all day. Today, you can purchase the barbecue special until 7 o'clock and drop off your donation of cash or check in the jar. And we are streaming live from the Laurel Community Center, home of French Broad Electric's Giga Fast Internet, the fastest fiber in the mountains. Mary Kelly and all the LCC folks have been fixing up the old elementary school, and you can check out all the news on their progress at the Laurel Community Center Facebook page. The Friends of the Hot Springs Library is an all-volunteer community organization with memberships available for $10 a year for an individual, $25 a year for a family, or a one-time lifetime membership of $150. You can join at our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can join the next time you're in the library. Just ask one of our beloved librarians for a membership form. We are asking for your support for the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. No amount is too large or too small. Remember, the easiest way to donate is online by PayPal or credit card. You can go to our website, friendsofthehot-springs-library.org, or you can send us a check to FHSL and mail to 175 Hot Springs, NC 28743, and that's the P.O. Box 175. We have donation stations set up where we are taking cash and check donations, just like Vast Riviere, open until 7 o'clock this evening. Vast Riviere offers an excellent food as well as premium beer and wine, grocery items, custom gift baskets, take and bake items, and in-house made desserts. Their crab cakes are a local favorite. Today, they are offering a smoked NC Cheshire pork sandwich on a sesame bun with slaw and barbecue black beans. You can drop your check or cash right off into that donation, or your cash or check donation off in the jar. Right now, we have Mark Bloomling, a new dad. Congratulations, Mark.
How y'all doing, folks? My name is Mark Bloomling. Just moved into Madison County about a year ago. Down here, one of my favorite spots in Hot Springs, though, the Spring Creek Tavern. Tim and Amanda are just incredible. And also want to say thanks to Philip Solomon for doing this recording, owner of Artisan. And just all the great folks. Hope you can come out or listen, not come out. Glad you're not coming out. But remember social distance, wear your masks. But we're raising some money for Barbecue for Books. So any way you can help, it would be much appreciated. There is no small amount. Feel free to donate high though. So this here's an original tune, since we'll be on Facebook, I believe. And originals are just the best. So this is a song called A Lifetime of Gambling. Wrote it when I was living in Colorado at the time. So here it goes. All right. Woo! Thank you. This evening we have a beautifully
Today is the greatest day I've ever known. Can't wait for tomorrow. It's not so long. I'll tear my eyes out before I get out. I wanted more than life could ever grant me. Poured by the shore of saving face. Today is the greatest day I've ever known. Can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's much too long. I'll tear my heart out before I get out. Pink ribbon scars, never forget. I tried so hard, then these regrets. My angel wings torn to string, my belly stings. Today is the greatest. Today is the greatest. Today is the greatest day that I've ever
That was more from the Three Little Birds, Gretchen Hauser, Scarlett Ramsey, and Emma LaFond. We want to give a huge shout out to Chris Cromie, who has provided us with his amazing artistic and technical skills and has given his time generously for our event. Yay! Chris is the owner of Cromie Creative, a marketing agency based in Asheville, specializing in digital marketing, websites, photography, graphic design, web design, and management. You can check him out at cromie.com. That's CHROMEY.com. We have an incredibly generous community, both near and far, who have supported our efforts towards having a permanent home for our Hot Springs Library. You have proven your readiness to give, and we so much appreciate everyone's efforts. We thank you for your valuable dollars, your time, and your enthusiasm. Here is a message from our Madison County Library Director, Kim Bellafato.
Hey, I'm Kim Bellafato, the Director of the Madison County Public Library, and I want to thank you for supporting the efforts of the Friends of the Hot Springs Library and the library itself. To know about this library is to know a great story about the spirit of Madison County itself. because once there wasn't a library in Hot Springs. It was supported by a well-known, much-loved bookmobile program, but eventually they did get a public library. But unfortunately, as time went on, the county had to make a difficult decision just a few years ago about whether or not that library could be continued. You see, they were in a rental building, and they couldn't guarantee long-term access to the building. But our small but mighty Friends of the Library group was not going to be deterred by this. So they came together with the county and the library system to find and locate a better permanent location for the Hot Springs Library, a location that they were able to put together the funds to go ahead and procure that building. Now, not many people know, but this is an unusual location. The Hot Springs Library is actually only one of 2 libraries that are directly on the Appalachian Trail. Literally, you can step outside the library and be on the trail. I'll be honest, that's about as close as I get to it these days. But a cool thing about that is that branch supports not only the county residents, but also thousands of tourists who come into the area each year. And so, not only is it a welcoming location where people can find books, electronic resources, but for many of our residents who still suffer from a lack of affordable internet service, our library provides free internet access and computer use to many, many people every single day. On top of that, it's a great central meeting location. I don't know if you've been there, but it's beautiful. And we offer a variety of both virtual and in-person programming these days from all 3 branches. But it is absolutely worth a visit to that location. Now, most people know a public library is a sign of a healthy community. People come, people go from all different ages, exploring the books, the resources, and all within that location. Now, I'll tell you a little secret. During the pandemic, it was my pleasure to open and operate the Hot Springs branch each week, and I really enjoyed it. I love the pace of Hot Springs, kind of the feel of that location, and it was really fun for me to get to see and learn the faces of so many of our residents and patrons of that library branch. Now, in 2018, our library was awarded the best small library in America, and it was in no small part to the partnerships that exist between our library system, our county, who loves its libraries, our Friends of the Library, and our community that supports our system. I hope that you choose to support the Friends of the Hot Springs Library with their efforts. Your support will have a direct impact on the community itself and generations of Madison County residents to come. Thank you so much.
Remember, you can donate by credit card or PayPal on our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or donate by check and mail to FHSL to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743, or at one of our local donation stations like at Spring Creek Tavern. Today, they are offering a special of pulled pork soft tacos. I am hungry. Tim and Amanda are proprietors of the Spring Creek Tavern, a favorite local watering hole with a large deck overlooking the Spring Creek. They offer cozy seating, an excellent beer selection, hot wings, wood-fired pizza, and delicious tavern-style fare. Keep everyone safe and wear your mask. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour is Ashley Heath, and later we'll hear from 75 Single Wide live. Right now, we've got more from the Three Little Birds.
This here's a tune called While You're Gone. Wrote it about losing my father when I was 13. So While You're Gone. Well, I've been listening to your record. Hear the same songs, they don't sound the same. If I can live to love one another, ain't no sense I lost the game. Each day I still move forward. Won't recognize me once you seem to change. Nights fall and I feel the stars over. That same tune makes me rock my brain. With that smoky town, every corner must be turned around. No stone left unturned. Won't you help me grow? Help me learn with your whole skewed perspective. I'm just a smiling while I get your word. Oh, but don't you worry now. Sorry, y'all can't come in. It's still the same song, by the way. I said, don't you worry yourself tired, confused, no life to play. Every old time remedy, that's right. I said, see your business. I said, see your business. Smoke out, help them can make our problem last till tomorrow. I said, make it last till tomorrow. Because now the sickness coming on by, we can wear the love will not die. Won't you over that one.
Sing to the mountains, let it ring through the hills. Let your praises be heard, let your cup be filled. Put your hands on the tree, thank you for life, for keeping me warm and the breath to survive. Stand in the river, wash your sorrows away, cleanse my soul, let my living give way. Let your praises be heard, let your cup be filled. Work in the garden so lovely and green, brings health and well-being to you and me. Listen to them birds, they sing their sweet songs, symphony of nature that helps me along. Sing let it ring through the hills. Let your praises be heard. Let your cup be filled. Stare at the moon, she brings darkness from night. Well, dear maiden mother, won't you bring in the tides? Dance in the rain, shake away pain, cry tears of joy and sadness the same. Sing to the mountains, let it ring through the hills. Let your praises be heard, let your cup be filled. Sing to the mountains, sing to the mountains.
And that was Miles Perry, recorded at the Iron Horse Station. Miles grew up in Greensboro and now lives in Madison County. He helped form a band called the Caribou Mountain Collective and has shared the stage with Sam Bush, Leftover Salmon, Larry Keel, and the Wood Brothers. We talked a little bit about how to join the Friends of the Hot Springs Library, but here is Elmer Hall from Sunnybank Inn with a little bit more information about becoming a member.
Hello, I'm Elmer Hall. I live in Hot Springs and I've been a member of the Friends of the Hot Springs Library for over 30 years, maybe since it got started. And it's been one of the real highlights of my life here in Hot Springs and my involvement in the community. I think it's one of the most wonderful organizations that we have in our town. It's made up of volunteers who want to support the work of the Hot Springs Library. I think I don't have to tell you how important a good functioning library is for any small town. I grew up in a small town and I remember what having a good library as a teenager and even younger was for me, in terms of being able to get a glimpse of a larger world through the services, through books and learning that were made available in that library, and it influenced the rest of my life. And so I'm very proud that we have a great library system in this county, and particularly in Hot Springs. It wouldn't be here without the help of the Friends of the Hot Springs Library, the organization that's sponsoring this event. And I wanted to say a little bit about the Friends organization here, because I love it and I've been with it for so often. It's made up of volunteers who value and want to support the work of the library in our community. It's an open community for anybody who wants to be actively involved. We meet once a month at the library, and now, because of the world in which we're living, we meet on Skype. Hopefully we'll be able to meet in real time again soon at the library once a month, as we have for all these years. The Friends Committee group of Hot Springs is a advise and support group for the staff, who of course are the core of any library. We do that by each month reflecting on the work of the library, its needs, and things that we can do to keep the library active and going. It does things like community educational events, bringing in authors and speakers that are available for anybody in the town to come and hear, to fund special programs for children, reading programs in the summer, and many, many other things. Perhaps the most important thing it's done recently is to secure a new location. At long last, after 40 years or so of existence, we have a real building, a library of our own. It's right on Main Street. It's in a great location, and it's a great physical plant for what the library needs and what it does. But it costs a lot of money. We're still trying to finish paying for that. We appreciate the help that comes from the county commissioners, but much of the budget for the library building itself has come from organizations like ours, the Friends, and fundraising events like this one. And so we hope you will continue to support our fundraising drives as you have in the past, if you believe in the work of our library. Many of the things that go on in our library perhaps are not easily seen by folks just ordinarily. We provide access to many, many kinds of books and visuals and internet activities for children, and also for anyone else who wants to use the library in that way. You can become a part of the Friends of the Library by joining. We have a website called friendsofthehotSpringsLibrary.org, which gives a lot of wonderful information about the library and how you can become involved and join. The library, to support the library by membership, is $10 a year per person, $25 for a family, and $150 if you want to become a lifetime member, as many people in the community have. And if you go to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library website, you can get all kinds of information about how you can do that, or you can drop by the library itself and just talk to some of the staff there. And it's many ways, but several easy ways to join up if you would like to. Being a friend of the library means that you can come to the regular meetings and can participate in the fundraising and educational activities and other things that we do. You can share your information of how the library could be improved with the staff and with other members of the Friends Committee. It also has the benefit of enabling you to be eligible to join the state, federal, local government credit union, which is based in Mars, in Walnut. No, it's not in Walnut. Where is it?
It's in Marshall and
In
Marshall and Weaverville.
Which, as we all know, is one of the best organizations in the state. It's the largest federal credit union in the whole state of North Carolina. It's a nonprofit organization, a co-op bank that people take part in. And if you're like me, you like the idea of nonprofit co-op organizations of all kinds, including your bank. So you can get onto a decent, legitimate, honest bank by joining the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. I don't think I have to tell any of you how important a library can be to a small community about ours, or how important libraries are in general. You know, the old Bible says, if you know the truth will make you free. And that's what libraries do. They provide knowledge free for people. And then they can deal with that knowledge however they want and become wise, can get wisdom from the knowledge that you can get for a library. Our library gives you access to hundreds of other libraries in the North Carolina Cardinal system. And so you can get practically every book or video that you could ever imagine you wanted simply by going down to our library and requesting it. So the whole world of knowledge is brought to us right here in Little Old Hot Springs by the library facility being here. Thomas Jefferson, who founded the very first library, it's called the Library of Congress, is now in Washington. Many of you may have been there sometimes, but it set the pace for libraries all over this country that have continued to spread knowledge and to try to improve the community in which they're based. So I invite you to help keep our library alive and vibrant by joining the Friends of the Hot Springs Library.
Thank you for your kind donations to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. Remember, no amount is too small or too large. We know these are extremely hard times, so we appreciate every dollar. Remember, you can donate on our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can send us a check made out to FHSL to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Or you can donate at one of our donation stations, like Gentry Hardware, an independent old-time hardware store owned by the Gentry family since 1946, located on the Appalachian Trail and built by owner Keith Gentry's grandfather and father, with rock gotten from just over the state line. The hardwood floors, glass windows, and old doors are from the Dorland School dormitories, dating back to the early 1900s. You can find anything you need, from home improvement tools and supplies to local honey. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour is 75 Single Wide, coming to you live from the Laurel Community Center. Next up is Chris Swalsh with Sun and Moon Dance, recorded at Azul. Chris hopes that his songs will bring some healing and we all help build and care for one another. There is nothing that we cannot do as humans.
I think everyone slow like that. With every turn
Madison County's first public library was a 1947 truck named Bookie. The Bookmobile program launched in 1955, and Hot Springs native and former school teacher Peggy Dotter, the Bookmobile lady, was determined to bring a love for reading and a sense of community to those she served. From 1955 until 1970, when she retired, Peggy carried news, companionship, and books to the families she met along her route throughout Madison County. Peggy passed on her dedication towards literacy in Madison County and to our amazing Hot Springs Library librarians like Hazel Moore, Lisa Lyons, Winnie Broglin, and the late Reba Sawyer. It's stories like these that the Friends of the Hot Springs Library are helping to keep alive and archive through our Oral History Project. Take a look.
We're all lucky to live in this area of the world, Hot Springs, North Carolina. The Appalachian Mountains and the French Broad River, they've been around for hundreds of thousands and thousands of years. Their story changes very little over time, and you can see and hear their story just by walking through them along the river and the trails of the Appalachian Mountains. But what about the people that have lived here among the mountains and river? Who has told their story? The people who have lived here have not been heard from, like Mother Nature has. It is the vision of StoryCorps to tell this story. Their story is much broader and varied than the river and the mountains. Their stories are of the struggle to live and harmony with the mountains and the river. We want to share these stories with not just their family and friends, but anyone in the future that's interested in listening to them. Not the next 10, 50, or 100 years, but forever. We have many dedicated volunteers that are helping to make this happen. If you're interested in helping, please call the Hot Springs Library.
In 2015, Carol Dixon interviewed Hazel Moore, who was a former librarian in Hot Springs and also our unofficial town historian. In 2018, the Friends of the Hot Springs Library decided to start an oral history program for the Hot Springs area, not just the town, but the entire area. In 2018, John Kirkpatrick did the first interview with a Spring Creek neighbor, Agnes Brooks. Since then, we have added a number of interviews to the StoryCorps website with which we are affiliated. The program was set up under sponsorship of the Hot Springs Friends of the Library, but is now sponsored by the Madison County Public Library, and therefore it's available to the entire county.
To start up the program, we had two people come in from out of town, both from Columbia University. Robin Minter was working on her master's degree, and Benji De La Perda had his master's degree and was the project trainer for the Washington, D.C. Oral History Collaborative. They trained an initial group of people that were interested at that time to start this program. We developed procedures, documentation, and permission slips based on well-established programs like the Washington, D.C. Collaborative. We purchased recording equipment and recruited local volunteers to help with the technical work.
As we mentioned, our program is affiliated with the StoryCorps.org website, which is featured on National Public Radio. We also send our interviews to the Ramsey Center for Appalachian Studies at Mars Hill University. Equipment, procedures, and paperwork are available to anyone who wishes to interview a current or former resident of Madison County. Just contact the Hot Springs Library and ask how to get in touch with me, Ike Lassiter.
Please give what you can towards the Barbecue for Books Donate on our website, www.friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can send us a check made out to FHSL to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Or you can give at one of our local donation stations, like Sarah Joe's Station, our local source for non-ethanol gasoline, highway diesel, with a great selection of cold beer, drinks, snacks, and loads of local products too. Take and bake pot pies, farm fresh dairy products, eggs, baked goods, local roasted coffee by the cup, skincare products, herbal teas. Oh my. And remember, please wear your mask. Coming up later, we've got Madison County's own Josh Goforth. Now, here's some Ashley Heath.
So I want to tell you guys about the Barbecue for Books, which is a fundraiser for the Hot Springs Library. So y'all go give out your money. Give us your money, please.
Your set is going to air October 10th.
Oh, and I'm going to be airing online October 10th, which is 3 days after my birthday. So, if you want to, that'll be a good present for me too. So, tune in. Tune in. All right, let's see here. I'm going to play you another tune. What's happening, everyone? Y'all doing good out there? Y'all having fun? Man, gosh, I know. Let's see here, a joke. Haven't done this in a while, What do you call a pile of kittens? A mountain. Yeah. What do you call a kitten on a pile of kittens? A meowtoneer. Yeah. Jokes all day. I got them. All right, here we go. Well, do you guys want to hear a song about a cowboy? Yeah. Okay, great, because I wrote one and I want to play it for you, and it has a whistle solo. So, no big deal. But it's a big deal. What'd you say?
We're going to have to drug test you guys.
All right, here we go. The cowboy song, which y'all know, one time I was playing down at this very bar when I was like 24 years old. And Lucas was playing at a festival. It could have been the French Broad River Fest. And I was playing with my college band, and I sat down at the bar after the show, and he came in and sat down right beside me with this lady. Anyways, I was like, I think that's Lucas, but I looked at him and I was like, how was the show? And he looked at me and he was like, it was good, man. I was like, sweet. He was like, are you the band? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, do you guys have a place to stay? I'm not gonna stay in my place. I'm gonna go stay on my bus. And then he was like, you guys wanna see the bus? And we were like, yes. So anyways, that's my story time. Anyways, this is my song about Lucas, about a cowboy. Shame I spent all my time here in Carolina. There's a man down here, well, he treats me fine, but my heart's been in Texas, and I'ma hit that white line. much obliged. And my heart's been in Texas, and I'm gonna go make it mine. He'll have rough hands, dirty boots, a twinkle in his eye. He'll swing me around and kiss me under a big old Texas sky. We'll cuddle up by the fire, that's something I'd enjoy. Or head out to a small town bar like Waylon Willie and the boys. Or I'm hitting that white line, I'm gonna find out where he's at. I know it when I see him under a big white Stetson hat. He'll look at me and smile and say I'm much obliged. My heart's been in Texas, and I'm gonna go make it mine. Well, my heart's been in Texas, and I'm gonna go make it mine. All right, y'all. Thanks so much.
With a voice often described as velvet soul, singer-songwriter Ashley Heath has been winning over the hearts of Americana music lovers since she gave up that barista apron in 2015. Ashley Heath has also won several accolades this year in the Best of Mountain Express. So congratulations, Ashley Heath, and here's some more of her.
All right, I'm gonna play another original tune, a new one. This one's called You Think I'm a Fool. That's my first cheating song. I put off the roadside sign on the edge of the highway. It ain't my time to lead off at a speed anyways. Well, the last time we talked, you just cut me down. I figured I would just stop by instead of getting home. Just feels my you think I'm a fool. I ain't playing charades anymore with you. You think I'm a fool. I ain't guessing games anymore.
Our Barbecue for Books event for the past 3 years has been an outdoor picnic at Broadwing Farm with some great food, amazing music, and tasty beverages. We'd like to thank some folks from their past donations that have helped to make it a community event, and we hope to enjoy these again in 2021. So thank you, the Highwire Brewery, Railhouse Brewery, Foothills Brewery, Catawba Brewery, Noble Cider, Madco Brewery, Highland Brewery, Bucci, the Hot Springs Friendship Club, Iron Horse Station, Mountain Magnolia Inn, Dave and Melissa Big, they did delicious food, Ron Neal, Hickory Nut Gap Meats, Sunny Bake Inn, the Hot Springs Lions Club, the Laurel River Store, and Broadwing Farm. And although this live stream event is so much fun and we've been able to do so many great performances that we wouldn't necessarily be able to do at one of our outdoor picnics, I really hope that we get to celebrate with each other next year. So hopefully we can all come back out together in 2021. Now, I know you guys are loving this music that you're hearing today. So don't forget to look up some of these musicians. They all have Facebook pages, Instagram pages. Look them up. Support local artists. I mean, these people are generously giving of their time, and we really appreciate it.
Perfect.
Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Or you can give at one of our local donation stations, like Bluff Mountain Outfitters, located right on the Appalachian Trail in downtown Hot Springs, selling outdoor gear for more than 20 years. They are specializing in helping through hikers get the right gear to finish their trip on the AT. Coming up later, we have Pierce Edens. And now we have Sun and Moon Dance from Azul. There are some amazing barbecue take-home specials at our Hot Springs restaurants. You can pick up one of these fantastic meals and drop a cash or check donation in the jar. Smoky Mountain Diner has a barbecue special. Vast Riviere, a smoked NC Cheshire pork sandwich on a sesame bun with slaw and barbecue black beans. Spring
early
Creek
settlers
Tavern has pulled pork soft tacos. The Artisan Gallery and Cafe has ultimate ice cream with a 12 bones chipotle sweet berry cream flavor. Yum. Creekside Bakery and Cafe has a barbecue chicken flatbread. Iron Horse Station has a Texas-style brisket with moonshine barbecue sauce. So take a minute to donate to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. Remember, you can do so on our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org. You can also send us a check to FHSL and with P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Or you can give at one of our local donation stations, like the Artisan Gallery and Cafe. You can stroll through a restored 1890s hardware store while sipping a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. 4,000 square feet of authentic artwork made by over 40 local artisans. So support local. You can also get ultimate ice cream with today's special flavor of 12 Bones Chipotle Sweet Berry Cream. Every time I say it, I want it more. So please keep everyone safe and wear your mask. Stay tuned. We have Melanie Penland coming your way in the 5 o'clock hour. And David Holt joins Josh Goforth in a time-honored classic, Stagger Lee.
When the early settlers came to America, they began writing their own ballads about things that were happening here, like this song based on an actual incident in St. Louis in 1895. And yet I was able to collect a version of the song 100 years later in Surry County, North Carolina, Stagger Lee.
Somewhere in the alley, I heard a bulldog bark. Must have been old Stagger Lee just shooting in the dark. He's a bad man, that cruel Stagger Lee. Billy Lyons in the barroom just talking to his friend. The barroom door swings open, old Stagger Lee steps in. He's a bad man, that cruel Stagger Lee. Stagger Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little children and a darling loving wife. He's a bad man, that cruel Stagger Lee. Oh, gotta take care of your children, I'll take care of your wife. You stole my brand new Stetson and I'm bound to take your life. He's a bad man, that cruel Stagger Lee. Shot Billy Lyon, what do you think of that? Shot him through the heart cause he stole his Stetson hat. He's a bad man, that cruel Stagger Lee. Well, they took him to the gallows, tied his hands behind his back. They pulled the trap on Stagger Lee, but his neck refused to crack. He's a bad man, that cruel Stagger Lee.
I'd like to play for you a medley of tunes that I like to perform with my good buddy, Mr. David Holt. And this is a medley of some of the first recorded fiddle tunes. And I'm going to start out with a really famous one called the Arkansas Traveler. Follow that up with a little bit of Forked Deer, and then after that we'll go into some Ragtime Annie. So here's how it goes. All right.
mountains many years ago. I climbed these hills and valleys through the rain and snow. Well, I seen the lightning flashing and I heard the thunder roll. But I've endured, oh, I've endured. How long can one endure? I was barefoot in the summer, on into the fall. There were too many mouths to feed that could not clothe us all. And I was sent to church on Sunday to learn the golden rule. And I've endured, I've endured. How long can one endure? Now I've worked for the rich and I've lived with the poor, and I've seen many heartaches and I've seen many more. Well, I've lived love and sorrow, been through success's door, and I've endured, oh, I've endured. How long can one endure? 'Cause I was born in the mountains many years ago, and I climbed these hills and valleys through the rain and snow. And I've seen the lightning flashing and I heard the thunder roll. But I've endured, I've endured. How long can one endure? And I've endured, oh, I've endured. Well, how long can one endure? In Scarlet Town, where I was born, there lived a fair maid dwelling, made every youth cry well a day, and her name was Barbary Allen. 'Twas in the merry month of May, when all the flowers were a-blooming, sweet William on his deathbed lay, for the want of Barbary Allen. He called his servant to his side, said, "Go and quickly find her." He said, "Go unto the town, my friend, find the one named Barbary Allen." Well, he searched high and he searched low. When into town he found her, he said, "Fly with me, my pretty fair maid, if your name be Barbary Allen." So slow-ly, she got up, and slowly she drew nigh him, and all she said at his bedside was, "Young man, I think you're dying. Don't you recall last Saturday night, when we's all at the tavern, you gave a toast to the ladies all, but you slighted Barbary Allen?" Yes, I recall last Saturday night, when we's all at the tavern, I gave a toast to the ladies all, but I gave my heart to Barbary Allen. Oh, take it back, I'll have it not, for you have treated me so sorely. Next Saturday night at the tavern, my friend, I'll treat you just as poorly. So he turned his head unto the wall, and with a breath and a sighing, that night sweet William drew his last for the want of Barbary Allen. While she was riding all through the town, she heard the death bells a-toiling, and with every ring they seemed to say, hard-hearted Barbary Allen. Go, mother, oh mother, please make my bed. Go make it long and narrow. Last night sweet William died for me. The same I'll do for him tomorrow. The very next morn they found her there. It's as if she was a-sleepin', and in her hand she held a note. Said, Mother, I'm done with my grieving. They buried sweet William in the old churchyard, and Barbary they laid nigh him, and out in his grave grew a blood-red rose, and out in hers grew a briar. Well, they grew and grew to the churchyard gate, till they could grow no higher, and they wrapped themselves in a true lover's knot, with a rose wrapped round the briar. Play it one more time. I kind of took it and made it my own like this.
was Madison County's own Josh Goforth. Josh started playing piano in church at the age of 4, but it was a performance he saw in the 6th grade by Sheila K. Adams that started his Madison County musical heritage quest. Josh has played with David Holt, Laura Businger, Ricky Skaggs, Brian Sutton, the Yonder Mountain String Band, Open Road, and the Steep Canyon Rangers. He has performed in 49 states, all over Europe, and in Japan. So we are lucky to have him help out with this year's Barbecue for Books. Thank you guys so much for all your kind donations. Our total so far is $2,000. So thank you guys so much. Remember, we have a generous matching donation from the Madison County Tourism Development Authority for our first $5,000 in donations. So your donation will be doubled. So please take a moment and make that donation to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. Remember, you can go to our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can send us a check to FHSL and mail to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. We also have donation stations at local restaurants like the Trailside Bakery and Cafe. Tonight, they are offering a barbecue chicken flatbread. Open until 9 this evening. It's a family-owned and operated restaurant. Trailside Bakery and Cafe serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner all day. They're located on the AT with plenty of indoor and outdoor seating. Trailside's favorites are moonshine beef brisket, lobster and crab mac, and chicken pot pie. All of it sounds amazing. Madison County is an ecologically rich and diverse place to see amazing living plants and creatures. Madison Natural Heritage, an exciting project of the Madison County Library, is a digital natural history museum where you can learn and get involved. Here's Pete Dixon with more to tell you about it.
Hey everybody, my name is Pete Dixon. I'm here from Madison Natural Heritage. I want to talk to you about some of the amazing opportunities we have here in the county. Madison County, as y'all know, is an amazing place. I mean, just look behind me. This is proof that Bruce Bender is not the only one with a secret location in the county. But Madison County is full of diversity. New things are being discovered here all the time. There's species that are yet even to be named here in the county. If you're a young naturalist, or like me, not a young naturalist, there's so much to do and so much to learn. And the public library system is coming through with programs to get people engaged, to give people opportunities to learn, and more importantly, to give people opportunities to contribute. So let's take a brief tour of some of what's going on there, and let's go take a look.
You know, if you're curious about nature, Madison County is an incredible place to live. There's so much diversity everywhere you look. Whether you like rocks or birds, bugs, dragonflies, butterflies, fish, it's not just that there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to be discovered. Madison Natural Heritage is a Madison County Public Library project. It's the goal of Madison Natural Heritage to have opportunities at the ready for every kid who looks at nature with wonder. If you're looking for ways to engage and educate kids, especially during these challenging times, nature is on standby all day, every day. As an example, this summer we did a bio blitz. We had more than 300 participants and we documented 1,186 species right here in Madison County. Zoe and Elsa found a rare dragonfly while they were running around the woods. They found a cobra clubtail. 2 little kids. Very cool. Ocean Wallen documented a rare lamprey. When the North Carolina Natural Heritage Program saw it on iNaturalist, they called us. They wanted to know all about it. The best part is the cobra clubtail, the lamprey, the information is being saved, it's being cherished, it's being used. This is citizen science and it's working. And the Friends of the Hot Springs Library supports it. And when you support the Friends, you support it. Thank you. Thank you, buddy, for coming here. I've enjoyed our time bird watching a lot. We've had some great times together. So I want to ask you a few questions about our time together in Madison Natural Heritage.
Okay.
Tell us about what you've done in Madison Natural Heritage.
I was able to have an opportunity to go bird banding with a guy named Mr. Mark Hopi, and that was really interesting because I learned a lot of new bird species, and that there was a certain bird species that really loves the area that we were in. It's called the junco. And every time we'd get really excited wondering there's a new bird, and a lot of the times it would just be a junco. But sometimes you'd find some of them that have already been banded, which is pretty cool. So we would figure out how long they've been banded. It was just an interesting experience.
Right. Birds for Books, was that different than bird banding?
Well, the only thing that was different is that we didn't really band birds, but we did a lot of bird watching. It was a lot of fun. Learned a bunch of bird calls, flight patterns, designs. It was really cool. And exciting.
And what's the object of Birds for Books? Why do we do Birds for Books every year in Hot Springs at the library?
Well, we do that so that we can get enough money to pay off the grant for the building.
It's kind of a fundraiser then?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you're doing bird banding with Mark Hopi, what's your favorite part of bird banding with Mark Hopi? Think about the net, unnetting the birds, handling the birds, measuring them. What about in that is your favorite?
Probably the excitement of getting a new bird, getting a new like you'll get something and then you'll do another one and it'll be a different one. You're excited because you're just excited to see what you're gonna get because you never know.
Right. Did you catch any warblers? Do you remember any warblers? Thrushes. We caught some thrushes.
Thrushes.
How about hawks? Do you remember catching a hawk?
Oh yeah, we did catch that hawk. It was a hawk. It was a
Cooper's hawk?
I think so.
You say what it was. It was a Cooper's hawk.
A Cooper's hawk?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a Cooper's hawk. It was pretty cool.
Cool. Has your time with birds and Madison Natural Heritage changed you at all? Has it changed your goals or your thoughts about life or what you want to do at all? Has it had an effect?
It's really changed what I look at when I walk outside. Usually when you walk outside, you hear all the birds, just wind, all the other kind of stuff, leaves rustling. But I feel like once you start doing kind of bird watching, it really opens your mind up to what else there is in nature that you never think about.
Have you ever considered a career or a job in biology or ornithology? Have you ever thought about going further with that?
I feel like if I wanted to really do that, I would need to spend more time doing that kind of thing. And if I spent more time doing that, I definitely feel like I might consider doing that, yes.
That's my questions. Thanks, Ezra. You're perfect.
Thank you.
Nailed it. Home run.
We have more Ashley Heath coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. We're going to hear 75 Single Wide coming live from right here at the Laurel Community Center. Next up is Madison County native Melanie Penland. Melanie Rice Penland started singing ballads regularly at local festivals at the age of 8. Besides growing up in a family rich in Appalachian tradition, including father-in-law Joe Penland and mother Sheila K. Adams, she has been a shining star in her own right. And as a regular performer at the annual Bluff Mountain Folk Festival, the Mountain Dance and Folk Festival, the Bossum Lamar Lunsford Festival, and Mars Hill University Heritage Day. Here is Melanie Penland.
Hi, I'm Melanie Penland. I'm an 8th generation ballad singer. My family's been living in these hills and hollers for generations and generations and passing down the exciting and almost dead tradition of songs that came from England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales. And my mother, Sheila K. Adams, is actually the 7th generation, and she makes her living as a storyteller and ballad singer and banjo player and is quite a big fish in that little pond. And if you actually want to see some of her stuff, it's online. Sheila K. Adams, again. But I am here as a representative for the Sodom Laurel Ballad Singers. There's lots of us, so I don't think I'm the only one, luckily. And what I'm here for today, this is actually the library of the Laurel Community Center here in Madison County, or what used to be the school library. And it's sort of poignant that that's where I am right now, because we are trying to raise money to pay off the library in Hot Springs. See, the local library system did not have enough money to keep a library in Hot Springs, and the townspeople decided that they were not going to have it and they were not going to lose their library, and now they have a state-of-the-art facility that they're paying off every year through fundraising. So you guys get your wallets out and get your money ready, because it's for a great cause, and that's why I'm here. That's why a lot of other musicians, a lot of other local talent have come out in support of our community and what our community means to all of us. So we are one, and it takes a village. So I'm going to go ahead and thank you for your donation. I'm going to get right into what I'm doing here, and that's ballad singing. When I was told that I got to come on camera, I thought that I would at least talk about a project that my mom and I are currently doing, thanks to the North Carolina Arts Council Folklife Division. We've been given a grant for a mentor and an apprentice to get together and learn an ancient craft that has been passed down in our families. Well, my mom is passing down to me the tradition of ballad singing, but our focus actually is on the English folk songs from the Southern Appalachians, which Cecil Sharp collected numerous songs from my family in 1916, so just a little over 100 years ago. And actually, in his introduction, he talks about how he hopes that songs that he collects are going to be used for academics, but he also hopes and prays that they're used years and years in the future for us as the purveyors of these traditions to relearn or remember the songs that he collected from our family. So Mom and I decided to do a project focusing on my learning all of the songs collected, only the songs collected from my family in Cecil Sharp's book, as the beginning of our lifelong project of learning the songs and learning where she learned them from, and how the traditional songs came to us from direct bloodlines. So that's what we're working on right now. I have a website called nestofsingingbirds.com, and it's sort of showing my journey as an 8th generation ballad singer, learning from my mom, renowned NEA award winning Sheila K. Adams, but to me, she's just my mom. And you guys can look on there and like I said, find out more about my journey with her. So I'm going to start by singing one of the songs that I have learned just recently. It's really hard that at almost 50 years old, when I can barely remember what to get out of the refrigerator, now I'm having to learn 30 new songs and all these words and all these lyrics and all these new tunes which are rushing through my head all at the same time. I even catch myself getting a ballad stuck in my head. And if y'all could just imagine for a moment reading too many Stephen King novels all in a row, you start living in an alternate universe where you're going to start using words like thee and thou. And you're going to start thinking about cutting people's heads off and kicking them against the wall. But this is one of the ones that's been on my mind more than most. So this is one song that I, of course, learned from my mom, but she learned from Dillard Chandler. And she always likes to say, well, you know, you're learning his version, which is special to her, even though she knows a lot of different versions of the song, Awake, Awake. Awake, awake, you drowsy sleeper. Awake, awake, it's almost day. How can you lay there sleeping and slumbering when your true love, yours going away? Say, my love, go and ask your mother if you my bride could be. And if she says no, then I'll have no other, but nevermore will bother thee. It's no, I won't go and ask my mother, for she lies in her head at rest. And in her hand she holds a paper that'll kill the man that I love the best. Say, my love, then ask your father if you my bride could be. And if he says no, then come and tell me, and nevermore will bother thee. It's no, I won't go and ask my father, for he lies in his bed at rest, and in his hand he holds the pistol that could kill the man that I love the best. Well, I'll go down in some lonesome valley. I'll spend my days, my months, my years, and I'll eat nothing but green willow, and I'll drink nothing but my tears. Come back, she called her lover. Come back, she cried to me. Now forsake both father and mother. We'll run away, just me and thee. So one of the reasons that you choose a ballad, because as you can see, they're not the easiest thing in the world to sing. But when you hear that ballad and you hear that verse and it speaks to you not just from the past, but in your present moment. Some ballads you learn to sing because of the moment in your life. My mom decided to relearn, she had heard My Dearest Dear, but she had never learned it. It wasn't one of the ones that spoke to her until my grandfather died. And one of the lines in My Dearest Dear is that you are the man that I'll love best unto my dying day, because it's time for them to part. My dearest dear, the time grows near when you and I must part, and no one knows the inner grief of my poor aching heart. So when you speak a ballad as spoken word and you make it into a poem, you can see the pain, the agony that people are feeling, the happiness, the excitement, the shame that people hear, and you learn that ballad because of the line. So in Awake, Awake, when he says, I'll go down to some lonesome valley, I'll spend my days, my weeks, my years, and I'll eat nothing but green willow, and I'll drink nothing but my tears. Just speaks to me in such a way that makes me want to hear that ballad again, to want to learn it. Because in my mind, when I am up here and I have my eyes closed, I'm seeing that whole story. The whole story goes through my mind every time I sing a ballad, and I imagine it as though it's a soap opera or a cartoon or some sort of animation in my mind. I see it. And so when I get to a line like that, I feel the shiver all over. And that's why you fall in love with certain songs, because ballad singing and passing on a tradition and being willing not to let this tradition die on my watch. It's about love. It's about why I fell in love with ballads, why I fell in love with ballad singing, ballad singers, the culture of being a ballad singer, and the fact that ballads opened up for me so many experiences. This tiny little kernel of my culture opened up for me so many experiences. So I've traveled the world. I've met so many different kinds of people. My life has been diverse because of ballad singing. So reading this book and working with my mom has really been a special time for me creatively. It's been a special time for me looking back in the past, how it's affecting my present, and how it will affect my future and the future of my family, hopefully my children. So the next song that I'm going to sing is one I'm still currently learning. When I was young, my mom absolutely refused to let me have paper on stage, because learning the ballads and knowing all in words is part of it. And you mess up because you're singing all these words to this crazy crooked tune, and you have to remember all of them, and the tunes, they all melt together. But now that Mom's gotten a little older, I've noticed that she has to use papers too, so I got express permission that I can use papers anytime I want now. So the one that I'm learning right now is called Find Sally. In my blog, I actually talk about each song because I do a little research on it. I find out a little history, some famous people who also sang it, and it's fascinating to learn what all these different sayings mean, and how some of these ballads have some slang terms in them that would have been real, common, and that everybody would know what they mean, but now they're just words on a page to us. But I found out some of those in the next ballad I sang after this one. I'll tell you one of them. Sorry. So this one's called Find Sally. I'm going to dedicate it to my best friend, who I've had for 40 years, and we're working together now in the same place, so it's exciting. And her name is Sally. There was a rich lady from London she came. Find Sally, find Sally, find Sally was her name. She had more money than a king could possess, but her neatness and beauty was worth all the rest. There was a poor doctor who lived nearby, and it was on this young maid he casted his eye. Controlled by her beauty, he held her most dear. He courted her truly 1 day plus 1 year. One night as they pleasured, he fell to one knee, saying, Sally, oh Sally, won't you marry me? I don't hate you, Willie, no, nor no other man, but to say that I love you is more than I can. He climbed on his horse and away he did speed, saying, Sally, oh Sally, you'll pay for this deed. I'll curse you, Sally, all the rest of my days, and I'll never forgive you for your lying ways. Find Sally took sick, and she knowed not why. Her chambers all thought that she surely would die. They fetched the poor doctor for the want of a cure, for pain and her misery could not be endured. He came to her bedroom, to her bed he drew nigh. Her chambers they parted and moved to the side. Is that you, dear Willie? My sight, it grows dim. I fear for my present, and my future looks grim. Yes, I am the doctor, can cure or can kill, but to say I forgive you is more than I will. Then damn your soul, Willie, you can be on your way, for to beg for your mercy is not in my sway. From often her fingers she drew 3 diamond rings, 3, said, here is a token for you to remember me. And as you dance on my grave, sir, she shed not one more tear. Just remember you're dancing on Sally, your queen. And that was Fine Sally. And I loved that when she says, then damn your soul, Willie, you can be on your way, for to beg you for mercy is not in my sway. And that's the one that just sends those chills and makes you and gives you that feeling of love. Probably my most favorite line in a ballad is not in a ballad that I'm singing today. It's in a ballad called Young Hunting. Now, in Young Hunting, this woman is a man's mistress, and he has a wife in the old Scotland. So he tells her, she tells him to come in, because she has a bed for him, and he says, no, thank you very much. I have a wife in Scotland awaiting for me. She ends up pulling out her little penknife, which I definitely want one day, because all the cool chicks in the ballads have little sharp penknives that they kill people with. But so anyway, she kills him with her little penknife, and they throw him in an old dry well and lie there, my own faults, love, till the flesh rots off of your bones, and your little old wife in the old Scotland can mourn for your return. I mean, that's the one that I was like, okay, I'm learning that song. And also there's this great song that turned out, because my mom has a sense of humor. It was the one song by my absolute favorite ballad singer, Kaz Wallen. He was best all around in my mind. And all the ballads and he was also related to Mary Sands, who is the woman they collected the most ballads from, and that I'm learning so many ballads from the book. So Mary Sands was his aunt. So he knew already a lot of the songs that I'm learning, and so I'm getting like these flashes of memory about Kaz, and those are also included in my blog. If y'all want to go to nestofsingingbirds.com, you can read my blog and some of my experiences with this. But there was a song specifically that I remember as a very, very young child. Kaz Wallen singing. It was called Darby's Ram. And in Darby's Ram, there is a magnificent sheep that they end up killing in the end, and he says that the man that slit this ram's throat stood knee-deep in the blood. The man that held the vessel was washed away in the flood. And I remember thinking, I'll never learn that song, old man, because you're going to kill this magnificent ram. So my mom, who has a sense of humor, decided that would be the first song, actually, that I learned in this project. And I find out that it is a very funny song, wherein this ram, he had such long horns, they reached up for the sky. Preacher climbed up in January. They reached up to the moon, and the preacher climbed up in January, and he never come down till June. And it's this whole funny song, and it even has some bawdy lyrics, which most of Kaz Wallen's songs do, that I can't share with you guys, but they are on my website, so you can look on there. So the final ballad that I'm going to do is got many different names. The one that I learned it as is Soldier Traveling from the North. It's also called The Trooper and the Maid, and some different song titles. There's so many versions of so many different songs. And I love the haunting melody of this one more so than any lyric that caught my eye. It was more the tune, because some of the tunes can be easier than others, and some can be sang really loud and belted out, and some you have to have a softer voice. But this one was one that really caught my attention. Young Hunting also has a really awesome haunting tune. Anyway, so I'm going to sing Soldier Traveling from the North. Now this does have, if you want to cover your kids' ears, it does have a little, hint of naughty adult activities. Soldier traveling from the north, while the moon shine bright and clearly, the lady knew the gentleman's horse because she loved him dearly. She took his horse by the bridle reins. She led him to the stable. There's hay and oats for your horse, my love. Go feed him, you are able. She took the soldier by the hand. She led him to the table. There's cake and wine for you, my love. Go eat and drink, you're welcome. Well, she pulled off her blue silk gown and she laid it across the table. Well, he pulled off his uniform suit and he jumped in the bed with the lady. Oh, can't you hear the horns, my love? And I must go and find them. Oh, soldier dear, don't leave me here, for I am ruined forever. Oh, when will we meet again? Or when will we get married? When conch shells turn to silver bells, oh, then my love will marry. Now, the interesting part of that song is that besides the fact that the lady is the aggressor, and that was just absolutely unheard of. So anytime you get a ballad where the lady was the aggressor, they often have to put a moral message for a woman in there to keep them from getting any ideas. So at the very end of the song, when he says, when conch shells, which are cockle shells, which are an edible mollusk type thing in Scotland, when conch shells turn to silver bells, which is a flower, then you and I will marry. That's basically the same thing in the vernacular as saying, well, when hell freezes over, you and I are going to get married. So I didn't know that, and the way that I learned it was when silver bells and conch shells stand, which didn't make much sense, but sometimes you just take a ballad for what they say. Like you just sing it the way you hear it, which is why some of the verses get really strange throughout, 9-10 generations of singing them. But when I learned that it was a slang term, and one that lots of people would have known 200 years ago, it just keeps bringing ballads, singing, and ballads closer to the present. And it's just, it's sort of like being able to see into the human condition 200 years ago, 300 years ago, from the 1600s, which is when Lord Thomas and Fair Ellender supposedly came into being. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining me and the Hot Springs Library in this wonderful endeavor to pay off something that really benefits so many people within the community. So we appreciate your support, and I hope you have an awesome day.
The proceeds for this 4th annual Barbecue for Books fundraiser benefits the Friends of the Hot Springs Library, an all-volunteer community organization dedicated to the support and well-being of the Hot Springs Library. Barbecue for Books began in 2017 as a fundraiser hosted by Broadwing Farm to benefit the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. The library for many years had been housed in various buildings in or near Hot Springs, with the last being the previous Forest Service building on Bridge Street. Madison County was renting the building for the library when the lease expired, but the Friends took it upon themselves to find a new, permanent space for the library. What we are doing here is paying for that permanent home for our Hot Springs Library. Your continued generosity is proof what a community working together can accomplish. So please take a moment and make a donation towards the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. You can go on our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can send us a check to FHSL and mail to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Or we have donation stations at local restaurants, like the Iron Horse Station, open until 9 o'clock this evening and offering a Texas-style brisket with a moonshine barbecue sauce. Gary and Karen Goss own and operate this Hot Springs landmark restaurant and inn. It's a friendly, casual atmosphere in its restored 1800s building. The Iron Horse Station menu offers a wide variety of steaks, bourbon glazed salmon, fried chicken, fresh salads, and a variety of regional draft beers. Coming up, we'll be going crazy live with 75 Single Wide and Pierce Edens. Woo, woo, woo. But for now, here is Miles Perry.
Dark hills of eastern Kentucky is a place where I trace my bloodline, and it's there I read on a hillside gravestone, you'll never leave Harlan alive. Well, my granddaddy's dead, he walked down Catarina's mountain, and he asked Tilly Hilton to be his bride. He said, won't you walk with me out the mouth of this here holler, or we'll never leave Harlan alive. Well, the sun comes up about 10 in the morning, the sun goes down about 3 in the day. Fill your cup, whatever bit of brew you're drinking, spend your life wondering how to get away. Well, no one ever knew there was coal up in the mountains till a man from the northeast arrived, waving them $100 bills. He said, now I'll pay you for your minerals, but he never left Harlan alive. Granny sold out cheap, moved out west of Pineville to a farm where big rich land rivers wind. And I bet they danced, jig and laugh, sing a new song, said we'd never leave Harlan alive. The sun comes up about 10 in the morning, the sun goes down about 3 in the day. Fill your cup, whatever bit of brew you're drinking, spend your life wondering how to get away. And old granddad knew what he'd do to survive. He went and dug for a hot coal and sent the money on back to Granny. But he never left Harlan alive. The sun comes up about 10 in the morning. The sun goes down about 3 in the day. Fill your cup, whatever bitter brew you're drinking. Spend your life digging coal from the bottom of your grave. In the deep dark hills of eastern Kentucky, it's a place where I trace my bloodline. And it's there I read on a hillside gravestone, you never leave Harlan alive.
An original tune called Borderline.
Was Ashley Heath. Please take a moment and make a donation towards the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. Remember, you can donate on our website at friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can send a check made out to FHSL and mailed to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. We also have some really supportive businesses like Hot Springs Rafting Company, owned by locals Rodney and Karen McCall. Hot Springs Rafting Company is the place to go rafting and tubing down the French Broad. Also, we have a shout out to Azul for giving us space to record some of the music you're hearing tonight. Azul, a place for arts and community in Madison County, describes its mission as to provide an environment where artists and community meet, work, and learn together through the arts in their many forms. For more information on Azul, you can go to their website, azule.org, azule.org. Coming up next is Tim Campbell. Tim is a music instructor and comfortable on all string instruments and horns too. He has shared the stage with one of his personal favorites, Granddaddy in Austin, Texas. Tim, living in Madison County now, recorded for Barbecue for Books at Azul and said he was captivated by Camille and their magical recording space. Let's have a listen.
Hi, I'm Sarah Jo, and I'm reporting for the Hot Springs Library. With us today is Zoe York, and she's going to tell us why she loves the Hot Springs Library so much. Zoe?
Because I like books.
That is perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm here with Thomas Stevenson, and he's going to tell us why he loves the Hot Springs Library so much.
Hi, I love this library, and our whole system here in Madison County is just the best. Here in a small community like Hot Springs, we have really limited access to things that the library provides, such as public Wi-Fi, a variety of books and things that maybe you wouldn't find online if you were just searching around, but since it's there, people find new things when they're browsing through here. It also provides a very good place for people with children to bring their kids to continue their education and just explore the world of books and so forth. Also, it employs some of the best people in this area. A lot of good people work here, a lot of my friends. I put it right up on par with a food bank or EMS as a critical frontline service that this town provides.
Thank you, Thomas. This is Sarah Jo reporting for the Hot Springs Library, and with us today is Annie Ross York, and I'm going to ask her what she loves about the Hot Springs Library. Annie?
What I love about the Hot Springs Library, it is so clean and so quaint and cute, and I love books too. I've been really impressed with the summer programs that we brought our children to. We've had people from nature preserves come over with live animals, magicians. Also the Lego Club after school has been really great. I've come here to do homework for my own schooling, and it's always just, yeah, like I said, so clean and so quiet. And the final thing is that I've just been really amazed about the community support, and since the library's changed locations and had kind of a upgrade and gathered so much community support, it's just been such a beautiful thing, and to see members of the community rally around and continue to improve the library here in this small town, and I'm happy to be a part of that, and I love Hot Springs Library.
Thank you so much, Annie.
This is Sarah Jo again, and there were a few things that Annie forgot to say about our Hot Springs Library and the Madison County Library System in general. Annie?
So this year I found out that you can actually use your Madison County Library card at any Asheville or Buncombe library. So if you don't have an Asheville or Buncombe library, you can just go to Asheville and use your Madison County Library card there, which was really awesome for me to find out. Also, you can use your Asheville library card up here in Hot Springs. So if you don't have a Madison County library card, you can just use your Asheville card up here at the Hot Springs Library. So it just makes it a lot easier to have access to a lot more resources. We do have so many more titles up here now in the new location. And also I wanted to just note how helpful the librarians all have been to us. And I guess that's all from that. Thanks, Annie.
Hello, I'm Captain Dangerous coming at you from the basement of my secret laboratory. Thanks to everyone for tuning in, and thanks especially to the Friends of Hot Springs Library for fundraising, keeping the lights on, and the doors open. Captain Dangerous needs you to donate money to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. Our library might look small, but it is integrated with the North Carolina library system. The NC Cardinal system is an interlibrary loan network that allows you to check out almost any book that has ever been published. After you donate money, use NC Cardinal to help find some great books. Stay home and read more to help beat COVID. Quarantining and reading go together like peanut butter and jelly. A good book will take your imagination far, far away from the depressing reality of our current situation. A good book will take you to a happier place. Thank you for supporting Friends of the Hot Springs Library. I'm going to get back to my happy place now. Peace.
Thank you. Your continued generous donations are what's keeping us going. Remember, the Madison County TDA has offered to match all of our donations up to $5,000. So everything you give tonight will be doubled. In early 2017, the Friends of the Hot Springs Library took it upon themselves to find a new permanent space for our library. What we are all doing here is paying for the Hot Springs Library building. We have been working on it for 4 years now, starting at $265,000, and now we are under $89,000, which is amazing, really. But we still need your support. Your continued generosity is proof what a community working together can accomplish. So remember, make that donation to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. Go to our website, you know it, it's right here. P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. Remember, go to those donation stations, pick up a Take and Bake barbecue. Coming up at 7 is Pierce Edens Live, but right now, we're going to hear from 75 Single Wide coming to you live. 75 Single Wide gives maximum mountain rock and roll with dashes of funk that'll even make the Sasquatch rock. 75 Single Wide brings a double wide sound with Philip Solomon on guitar and vocals, Henry Scott Solomon on bass, Tom Marsh on keyboards, Sean Crow McKnight on drums, and Jason New York on lead guitar. Give it up for 75 Single Wide, live from the Laurel Community Center.
Slides down my face at the buildings to wash out the drains, bounce it onto the corners of the shotguns in the old slave quarters. Slipped into Esplanade clouds, breaking free, smacked in the face with southern humility. Sunshine is vapor, the street soup simmers low. What's in the gumbo? Everything's in the gumbo. trees out of focus. Can you find me Ignatius? Oh, dip to know. On the search for Ignatius, theology and geometry, trees out of focus. Can you find me Ignatius? Oh, dip to know. What have you spun for us? What have you spun for us? What have you spun for us? What have you spun? What have you spun for all the good reasons gone out of season? All the good reasons gone out of season. All the good reasons gone out of season. All the good reasons gone out of season. Yeah. Thank you, everybody out there in internet land. And we're coming to you live as live can be, from the Laurel Community Center here in beautiful Madison County. And it's not been a lot of opportunity, musicians, to say they're coming to you live. I want to thank Barbecue for Books for allowing this opportunity for us to play with you live. It's a real pleasure. This next song goes out to Pierce Edens and Kevin, who are coming up live after us. It also goes to all the musicians that you saw earlier tonight. Josh Goforth, Mark Blumling, Miles Perry, Ashley Heath, Three Little Birds. And it's really wonderful that this event continuously has been about the music. And it supports the arts. Hot Springs has some great, great live music. And if you haven't been there, come on over. And when things kind of keep coming on back to normal, you'll keep seeing live music in the hollers, in the bars, on the porches. Just listen up, and it's going to sound a little something like this. Henry, he's going to start us on another song. It's about being in love with music, and it's called Virtuosa. my son cry. Down on my chest, feel my heart beating out of its breast. Pull your mouth close and breathe my kiss. We are here so together, yet still so cavernous. And I swing open my ribs and take my heart in your hand. Place the bow me like a virtuoso. Solo. In this moment now, with all of you, gonna search for what is so true. Wind on down the road. Our shadows taller than our souls, yeah. Walks the lady we all know, no, who shines white light and walks the show. How everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the song will come to you loud. When all is Thank you very much. We're going to take one quick second. We're going to send it back over to Megan, and we'll be right back in just a second.
Woo! Wow, that was amazing, guys. So in 2018, the 3 branches of the Madison County Libraries were given a great honor and named by Library Journal as the best small library in America. This is what they had to say. On an operating revenue of just $25 per capita, the Madison County Public Library has totally engaged its community with partnerships, outreach, relationships, and top-notch professional service. The result is a rejuvenated 3-branch system that has been recognized as 2018's best small library in America. So if that doesn't make you want to donate, I don't know what will. So please go to our website, www.friendsofhotspringslibrary.org. Send us a check via the mail, P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. We also have donation stations at local businesses like at Sarah Joe's Stations, Not Just Gas, or Tobacco Road with fine wine and craft beer and a smoke shop, or Hillbilly Market, our local grocery and deli. Just drop off your cash or check donation. Also want to do a big thank you to Amos McGregor, owner of Marshall Sound Studios. 1,200 feet of recording space and a great selection of gear and instruments. You can find him at facebook.com, Marshall Sound Studios. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour is Pierce Edens. But for right now, here's more of 75 Single Wide, live from the Laurel Community Center.
So if you were watching earlier, you got to see Melanie Penland talking about the songs traditional to this area. And we recorded it, beautifully so, in the library right here at the Old Laurel Community Center. Went to Old Laurel School. This song is called Mess of Bones. It has a kind of similar theme, similar tone, and it's about the son taking over from the father. Good, bad, ugly, all of it. It goes a little something like this. Trouble start, how I could not envision them ever being apart, and now they'll come looking for me. For me. There's the time to try your best to put up with it all. There's times when you know you got your back against the wall, and there's times the chips fall. Can't take anything back at all, and now they'll come looking for me. For me. For me. They're the ones that are gonna come to try explode through the rafters and the beams. That's when you come looking for me. To leave you here all alone, but my bag's by the door. It's time for me to roam. But when you're old enough to come into your own, won't you come looking for me? For me. For me. If there's a marker or a stone where my ashes will be thrown, let it be known on that knoll by my final earthly home. The Lord knows he tried, Lord knows he tried, he tried. Now that heaven and the angels are all in a race, and they handed out the words of this ragged old sage, 'cause the damned will do the damnedest, put your ass in a cage. But that's where you never find me. God, go! Whatever you do, don't take advice from me. Whatever you do, don't take advice from me. Whatever you do, take advice from me and follow the footsteps to trajectory. Whatever you do, don't take advice from me. Whatever you do, don't take advice from me. Whatever you do, don't take advice from me and follow the footsteps to trajectory. There's a lot going on in the world right now, isn't there? I know everybody had, yeah, of course. Well, man, so many influences now, but I remember growing up with lots of influences, you know, TV and all that stuff. And there's always going to be distractions. There's always going to be things that kind of keep us away from ourselves. But one nice thing about the library, it's kind of a mainstay. It's kind of a place where you go, look up something good, look up something funny, something entertaining, but it's a place of peace, and we really hope that you can give and help us buy this building and keep that library healthy, alive, and vital, because libraries are vital to our communities, no matter where you are in the world, whether it be the old one in Alexandria or our bad-to-the-bone little one in Hot Springs. So this song is about trying to filter out all the stuff that bugs us and get down to what matters the most. which is something good inside. And this song is called Halos. Good buddy David Silverman. David, if you're watching out there, I love you, brother. We all saw the movie star all wired on cocaine. The millionaire didn't care. He put the bullets deep into the brain. Trying my best just to lay low. Dying to earn back my halo. On Channel 13, he keep you out of hell. He won't even tell. You gotta wire him a little greed. We all know the Foopla Star was a hero all my life. You saw the Bronco cruise on the evening news. He killed a lover and his wife. Trying my best just to lay low. Nancy tells me just to say no. No, 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 no. I got no idea how this all's about to go. I bet it's gonna blow. We're dying to earn back our halos. Remember my neighbor, he was this kindly older man. Seems that one of the boys started making the noise. Now they threw him in the can. When I saw the newscast, it was straw that broke my back. The house I grew up in, the owner blew up in. I guess I'm never going back. Never going back. up with our noise for a little bit. Please send a donation. Coming up next, Pierce Edens and Kevin Reese. Do not miss it. Stick around.
We're streaming live from the Laurel Community Center, home of French Broad Electra's GigaFast Internet, the fastest fiber in the mountains. Mary Kelly and all the LCC folks have been fixing up the old elementary school, and you can check out all the news on their Laurel Community Center Facebook page. The Madison County Tourism Development Authority committed to matching $5,000 worth of donations to this fundraiser. So whatever you give is going to be doubled. So please, please give. Remember, you can donate by PayPal or credit card on our website, www.friendsofhotspringslibrary.org, or you can send a check made out to FHSL and mailed to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. We also have donation stations at local businesses and restaurants like the Artisan Gallery, open until 8 p.m. this evening, where you can get yourself the ultimate ice cream, Chipotle sweet berry cream. It sounds so good every time. I'm so jealous. And there you can drop your donation in the jar. Coming up at 7 is Pierce Edens Live. The Friends of the Hot Springs Library is an all-volunteer membership organization with memberships available for $10 a year for an individual, $25 a year for a family, and a one-time lifetime membership of $150. You can join at our website, friendsofthehotspringslibrary.org, or you can join the next time you visit the library. Just ask one of our wonderful librarians for a membership form. We are in the last hour of our Barbecue for Books 2020 live stream fundraiser. We are so lucky to have the most generous community. Thank you, really, thank you for your continued support. Proceeds go to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund, and as we work towards the purchase of our permanent home for the Hot Springs Library. So again, donate on our website. It's right here, friendsofthehotspringslibrary.org. Send us a check to FHSL, P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. We also have those donation stations like Sarah Joe's Station, Artisan Gallery and Cafe, Trailside Bakery and Cafe, Spring Creek Tavern, Smoky Mountain Diner, Vast Riviere, Hot Springs Resort and Spa, Tobacco Road, and Hillbilly Market. Pierce Edens and Kevin Reese are both born and bred in Madison County, both accomplished musicians. From a wide musical background with Kevin on guitar and mandolin and Pierce on guitar and vocals. Together, they create a powerful, original sound that will blow you away. Pierce Edens has shared the stage with Sturgill Simpson and Robert Earl Keen. Follow him on Facebook or Instagram for his Porch Pickin' series, or pick up one of his 5 albums. And guess what? He has another one on the way. We've got Pierce Edens coming up to you when we come back after this video.
And we're back, y'all, in front of Sarah Joe Station with Jesse James on the guitar, that big upright doghouse bass, and on the guitar, actual guitar, not the bass, is Kevo Reese playing the guitar. And, I'm Pierce. Thanks for tuning in, you guys. Do another song here at Sarah Joe Station downtown. Hot. Across the dotted line, put the line, it just get longer more every time. She had eyes and little taillights in the car back full. Good object look closer in the rear view. Where she thinks she headed, anybody's guess. It just confirms that other people or the biggest wilderness to get lonely, lonely, lonely. Ain't nothing like a woman gonna make you feel so lonely. Hey, hey. Then a lonely conversation on the telephone. When a lonely family member get political again in a lonely attempt. I try to share some blood, but it get awfully lonely when the blood is all you got. Cause the house is not home until you share a room, and until you do, you ain't gonna have nowhere you can run to. But it don't take much. Make a family, Lord. It's just a choice you make every day. Or leave lonely, 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 lonely. Ain't nothing like a woman gonna make you feel so lonesome, lonely, 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 lonely. Ain't nothing like a woman gonna make you feel so lonely. I sing a hey, hey. I sing a hey, hey. Awful funny how the closest ones we got are oftentimes the hardest ones that all to talk to. We all make the same faces while we make the same mistakes. It's a vicious circle, come around and bite you. There ain't no trouble like a child or love. It's a trouble rooted deep and you can breathe. It's the world's biggest gamble with the world's highest stakes. You can stay, you can play, or you can leave. I say lonely, 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 lonely. Ain't nothing like a woman gonna make you feel so lonesome, lonely, 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 lonely. Ain't nothing like a woman gonna make you feel so lonely. I sing hey, hey, hey. I sing hey, hey, hey. Thanks, y'all. See you again soon, all right?
And now, live from the Laurel Community Center, Pierce Edens with Kevin Reese.
He's a wandering man, he got a lit cigarette. It's burning in one hand, he got a truck. And he like driving it, Lord, he like driving it because it's got this one rusty spot, but it run well enough to keep that back door open wide. He got them bright blue eyes, they invite you inside. If you so inclined, but don't you walk in, don't you walk in smiling. But there are some things you'll never leave behind. And I watched you run, and you made it all the way across the country. And I watched you run, and you made it look like it there was something chasing. And I don't owe you nothing, but I feel like I'm in your debt. And this world, it don't owe you nothing, or it might just hurt you less. So sidestepping all your fancy dancing, you feel like a brother to me. And whether or not that's for better or worse, well, you don't get to choose your family. So I watch you go, but I can recognize what I don't know. And I watch you go, but I hope someday you find that home you're looking for. That driving, he likes that highway, he likes that old saying, oh, about that Rolling Stone, how it ain't got nothing on, and it ain't got nothing on in it, no, Lord, he ain't got nothing till he's slow down, rough and quick. Country, and I watched you run, and you made it look like it there was something chasing. I don't owe you nothing, but I feel like I'm in your debt. And this world, it don't owe you nothing, or it might just hurt you less. So sidestepping all your fancy dancing, you feel like a brother to me. And now whether or not that's for better or worse, well, you don't get to choose your family. So I watched you go, but I can recognize what I don't know. And I watched you go, but I hope someday you find that home you're looking for. Barbecue for books, y'all. Hey, hey, yeah. How's it going out there, everybody? I hope you're doing all right. We're raising money for the Hot Springs Library down here at the Laurel Community Center. Hanging out in the gymnasium, you know. A big, roomy room. I hope y'all can hear it well out on the internet, because we've been having a good time, you know, staying safe and making a cool thing happen for our little town and our little library. And thank you also very, very, very much, everybody who has donated. It means the world. Social infrastructure, we need it bad. I'm gonna sing this one about a small town. It's a sleepy little town on the edge of a river. It's clear and cold and deep, with nothing moving most of the time except the water and me. And the only thing to do on any given night, to work, sleep, or drink. But the work it don't pay, the sleep it don't stay, and the price for drinking too steep. I just need one cold night when the lights go out and the moon can hang however she please. Just two headlights down that two-lane road with the branches of overhanging trees. Down that yellow paint, that black top, that black top and yellow paint. Down that yellow paint, that black top, that black top, Lord, that yellow, the yellow. Cause it's orange in the headlights, it's blue just on the outside. It moves a deeper shades of blue with nothing in the taillights, just shadows and crimson like most things I usually do. Cause the only thing to count on at the end of the day is just the end of a day, and then a morning, and then another day waiting for the end of a day. So I'll be gone when the morning come. Yes, I'll be gone when the morning come. Just give me one good excuse or one lame reason. A gas pump every couple of miles. Wow, for firing piston down a four-lane highway, I'll find a him in the hum of the tires, Lord. Down that yellow paint, that black top, that black top and yellow paint. Down that yellow paint, that black top, that black top, Lord, that yellow, oh, that yellow. I gotta get out of this town. I gotta get up and go. I know just outside that city limit there is a road that runs around the world. There's a road that runs around the world. Oh Lord, I gotta get out of this town. Yes, I gotta get up and go. I know once you start moving that broken yellow line, it'll keep your time like a metronome. It keep your time like a metronome. I just need one little skip in my heart. Oh, one little catch in my breath. Oh, one green light, one big highway and a wheel. At my fingertips, know that the world at my fingertips. Down that yellow paint, that black top, that black top and yellow paint. Down that yellow paint, that black top, that black top, oh Lord, that yellow, oh that yellow. And we all cut from that same old ragged cloth. But I would take your ragged company over any other I've come across. So don't you dare go being happy without me. 'Cause if you ever did, I don't know what I'd do. But the only thing I know any certain day anymore than all that I knew. Yeah, everything I thought I knew. Yeah, everything I thought I knew. Yeah, everything I thought I knew before you were on. So it's all, but that's all, and that's all. It's all right now. So drop them car keys down into the punch bowl, or pick a walking stick out by the back door. We'll go cut a new trail up over that old road when ain't nobody looking for us. And I ain't got nothing to do today, and ain't nothing in this world I'd rather do than go wandering up off into the backwoods, wherever you're leading me to. And how'd you pick up that broken sky so easily? How'd you trick that rose into bloom? How'd you take away all that uncertainty along with everything I thought I knew? Yeah, everything I thought I knew. Yeah, everything I thought I knew. Yeah, everything I thought I knew before you were on. It's all right. It's all right. But that's all. All right, it's all right now. It's all right now. 'Cause it's all, and it's all Well, I tell you, so been home since March, and I tell you, one of the silver linings that I pulled out of this big, heavy, dark cloud is be able to be part of a community again. You know, like for longer than just a weekend at a time. And so it's a pleasure and an honor to be here doing the barbecue for books for the Hot Springs Library amongst so many special folks. And such good friends and such a wonderful community. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I hope you guys are getting a little bit of money to them, because we wanted to make that library permanent up in Hot Springs. You know, because they play some rock and roll. Ready for it? 1, 2, 3. Got levy till the morning you're at it. Say the way to make mad. And we slow thing get you RAS. So I'm gonna sit around all the day. Watch the world just pass by me. I'm gonna sit around all the day. Watch the world just pass by me. I'm gonna let it go now. I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I'm gonna let it go now. I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I'm gonna let it go now. I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I'm gonna let it go now. I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll. Yeah, say the way to me, got levy till the morning you're at it. Say the way to make me bed, did the wishful things that you already had. So I'm gonna light up this town and work in the Sunday
Any man seen ya, I'm gonna earn me a name for me. I'm gonna let it go now, I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I'm gonna let it go now, I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I'm gonna let it go now, I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I'm gonna let it go now, I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll. We toil up a hill and every morning to the bottom again. Always see everybody never get close and a heavy old weight laid on the shoulder. And I thought that I would be punished, Lord. Thought the world gonna bring me down. Till the one day when the clouds opened up and I figured it out. See, I don't mind it, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I don't mind it, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I don't mind it, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I don't mind it, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll. Twirl up a hill and every morning at the bottom again. Always see everybody never get close and every old weight laid on the shoulder. And I thought I'd be punished, Lord. Thought the world gonna bring me down. Till the one day when the clouds open up and I fade out. I don't mind, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I don't mind, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I don't mind, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll now. I don't mind, don't know I'm gonna sing a little rock and roll. It's about picking silver linings out, you know. Wrote it a while back. Really kind of right about the same time that I picked up playing guitar with Kevin Reese over here on this guitar.
Oh, there you go. Howdy, y'all.
Had a band going at the time, and Kevin hopped in the van. We've been in the van since until March hit, and then we sat home and did the garden again, you know. So that's a silver lining. Miss rolling around a little bit, though, like in that van. So we've seen lots of different corners of the world together now through that windshield. That was a big dream, you know, like a long time coming. Worked on it for a decade before we could get to it, you know, like and so it's been a silver lining that I pulled to start just playing to the internet and still keeping in touch with the folks I met out there. And so I hope y'all are watching, you know, like and seeing a little bit of my little hometown, Hot Springs, North Carolina, and how much we care about it. And so if y'all got a little bit of spare change, you know, toss it in, because we got matching money coming in up to $5,000, and that'd be great of y'all to do. So this song is called Silence. Blocked over the ridge at the top from the snow and the ice and the rain, and the water's coming up, but it doesn't matter none, 'cause this one isn't getting away. No, the dull and the quiet turn so sharp and silent now. I'm straining my ears, I'm listening for the slightest of sounds.
See, 'cause I heard it once. It was just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. Yeah, I heard it once. It was just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. Here we go, here we go. I've been following so long, this iron song is the only road I know back home. Whenever it disappears, the only thing that I can hear are whispers of it all. The wind is blowing, I used to go to work every day, or just praying for something more. Now I'm just that old cliche, morning care for what you wishing for. Oh Lord, see, God, I heard it once. It was just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. Yeah, I heard it once. It was just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. And here we go again. My head it slacked off a little bit as I watched the failing of the moon. The sun was still a bit, but them clouds up over it, they were lighting off like they were on fire. And I watched them burning like the lessons I've been learning from the offerings we made to the meantime. Like la da, like la da da. Just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. Yeah, I heard it once, and it was just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. Yeah, I heard it once. It was just a song on the wind, and I've been chasing it round ever since then. Here we go again. All the volunteers, y'all, for the barbecue for books.
We want to express how much we appreciate you, our community. Thank you for your continued support of the Friends of the Hot Springs Library. We're not done yet. Please take a moment and make a donation towards the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund. Visit our website, friendsofhotspringslibrary.org. Send us a check to FHSL, P.O. Box 175, hotspringsnc.org. And remember, we have donation stations at local businesses like the Hot Springs Resort and Spa, open since 1778. The renowned Hot Springs mineral water has been giving folks a respite from their stress and fatigue. Plan a soak, relax in a private hot tub, and see for yourself. And now, here is more Pierce Edens live from the Laurel Community Center.
sipping on a window, wet makeup rolling down her face. Little Lord's appetite from a stale wedding cake set me to an end. But the end it already came, Lord, it came as soon as the wedding bell rang. Lord, not too long more to get weak. It's hard enough to deal with them loving pain and try to love somebody when loving gone. Year too short and the day too long. This ain't no why when it fails, it agrees. That's what you get from sipping on that Platinum. Baby, take all that wedding gown, Lord, it never suit you anyhow. You see the truth, didn't look around, ain't gotta settle, go settle down, Lord, it never heal unless you feel some pain. And you never will unless you let it rain, oh, let it rain on you, make no head go. Out of that wedding ring, you know when you go round here, sipping on that Platinum. No woman can't stand in the rain, shiver through the winter air, flowers spring. I don't want the summer, she can't stand storm. I don't want the autumn, she getting old, she get hair soft skin. This got some real hard bone, ain't no good for standing with it. She can't stand alone, cattle, ass don't budget the best. She got to give it like coffee, bitter, strong and hot, sweet, strong and bitter, bitter, strong and sweet. I don't want it, she don't want the same thing with me. But mama don't allow it, and papa don't tolerate, don't give me no taste on that Platinum. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. That was a workout. Talk about work. I'll take a pair of black shiny shoes for my funeral day. I'll leave behind me some old work boots and trade, and I will lay smiling in my grave in my new pair of black shiny shoes. 'Cause it's a long walk to the grave, full of long, hard days, back breaking, feet aching, sweat and toil and shame, and tired and awake. Lord, they mean the same thing. We are lost to the embers. That's right, 'cause it is work to eat, and it is work to sweet relief. Honey, I'm gonna look my best in my black shiny shoes for my funeral day. I'll leave behind me some old work boots and trade, and I will lay smiling in my grave in my new pair of black shiny shoes. Don't lay no boxes around me when you let me neath the bounds. Don't wrap me up in no burial shroud. No, no, I'll take a suit between dirt and skin, Lord, whenever you lay me in. See, I wanna feel it, Lord, when I lay in the ground. Don't lay no stone in my head, no roses laying there to lay a little bit of dirt across my chest. Wow, yeah! And if you play, Lord, don't you dig more than you need to just get me a little bit dirty before I rest in my black shiny shoes for my funeral day. I'll leave behind me some old work boots and trade. Now I will lay smiling in my grave in my new pair of black shiny shoes. In my new pair of black Thanks, everybody. Lighten her up a touch. What do you think? I'm gonna do a song about the rain. Sure. You ready for it? Just a second. All right. And everybody out there, give it up again for 75 the single wide who was on live just before us, and Megan Ingle, who's emceeing this whole thing, you know, and the Barbecue for Books, all y'all volunteers, and everybody who has donated. Thank you all so very, very, very much for coming together as a community. It makes me real proud to be here and call it home. So, thanks everybody. We're gonna do one for the weather. It's called "Let It Rain." It goes like this: 1, 2, ready, sitting on day long through the green lights, ain't never gonna pay no attention. Looking like storm cloud along the horizon, all every dark and low. Well, I tell you, I feel like a north-storm cloud, but I just let it go. See, I'm on my way up, ain't nothing gonna stop me now. I'm on my way up, ain't nothing gonna weigh me down. Oh, now, open, don't have broken, I'm done and it roll like a big freight train. Like this striking, ain't no use in fighting it. I'm gonna let it rain, I'm gonna let it rain. I'm gonna let it. People got weather's words so from better than one I can ever understand. Rolling like a wind up above the ocean or cloud up above the plain. Burning like a tornado along the way, all whipping in a spiraling. I'm picking it up, I'm throwing it down, I'm rolling like a hurricane. See, I'm on my way up, ain't nothing gonna stop me now. I'm on my way up, ain't nothing gonna weigh me down. Oh, now, open, so I'm broken, I'm done and rolling like a big freight train. Now this strike me, no use in fighting, I'm gonna let it rain, I'm gonna let it rain. Built through the wirings, running right through their veins. There's storm wind blowing through the hollows and the bones whipping up out beneath the skin. There's a burning like a furnace on fire, and a force that's leaping up behind their eyes. And I confess there's a fire in my chest and the smoke is on the rise. See, I'm on my way up, ain't nothing gonna stop me now. I'm on my way up, ain't nothing gonna weigh me down. Oh, yeah, don't have broken, I'm turning around like a big freight train. Lightning striking, ain't no use in fighting. I'm gonna let it rain, I'm gonna let it rain. I'm gonna let it rain. All right, we'll do this one. I wrote it a while back, and it's about nights like this. So call it Creeping Vines, and it goes. grow like creeping vines. We're such a long way, seems so close. I must have gone blind. See, well, things won't be so clear with the coming of the next sunrise. But I tell you, right now I don't really mind. And well, maybe I'll fall, maybe I won't amount to much at all. And maybe that's just the risk you gotta take to take it on. 'Cause I got half a mind now to go ahead and take my half a chance. Or grab on tight and run away with it until I can. See, 'cause you gotta hold on to your soul, Lord. You gotta grip it oh so tight. 'Cause you don't never sell it all at once. Sell it one little piece at a time. A little black coffee gonna keep me awake all night. Just a little black coffee gonna push me through some troubled times. He gonna help me figure out my death, Lord, or he's gonna get me used to it. See, 'cause I'm gonna spend an awful lot of time in that red light. And well, maybe I'll fall, maybe I won't amount to much at all. And maybe that's just a risk you gotta take to take it on. 'Cause I got half a mind now to go ahead and take my half a chance. Or grab on tight and run away with it until I can. See, 'cause you gotta hold on to your soul, Lord. You gotta grip it oh so tight. 'Cause you don't never sell it all at once. You sell it one little piece at a time. Seems I made up my mind now. Seems I done put my whole life on the line. It seems I done spirited on her and cast it out to see what won't buy. And we'll see whenever I am done whether or not it was a decent run, or whether or not I was a genius, or if I was just done. See, 'cause I ain't got no time to waste, ain't got no patience to waste it on. 'Cause every moment comes just another little bitty moment gone. And well, maybe I'll fall, maybe I won't amount to much at all. And maybe that's just the risk you gotta take to take it on. 'Cause I got half a mind now to go ahead and take my half a chance. Grab on tight and run away with it until I can. See, 'cause you gotta hold on to your soul, Lord. You gotta grip it oh so tight. 'Cause you don't never sell it all at once. You sell it while you let out piece at a time. Oh, you gotta hold on to your soul, Lord. You gotta grip it oh so tight. 'Cause you don't never sell it all at once. You sell it while you let out piece at a time. Oh, you gotta hold on to your soul.
gotta grip it oh so tight, 'cause you don't never sell it all at once. Sell it one little piece at a time. All right, got time for a couple more. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you all so very, 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 very much. Gonna do this one. Goes like this. Well, two angels came to me the other night in my dreams and told me this old town is going under. Oh, you and me, though, we'd be free to go so long we never look back over our shoulders. So with you by my side, we could go for a ride. We could strike a match now, we to watch it burn. We go running, we go flying out here. You got a great big old sky out there. Give me your hand, darling, I'll give you the world. Give me your hand, darling, I will give you the world. And we could move a mountain, and we could drop this air button. We could drive a back roads. Oh, and when we get there, we could trade my truck for some horses. Tear down the net fence in our way. Yeah, tear down the net fence that we see. Yeah, and to be happy, lonesome and free. Just be happy, lonesome and free. Just be happy, lonesome and free. Yeah, and me, yeah. Yeah, and me. You and me. Oh, you and me. And I know that surprise had been coming for a while. And you and I, we've always played for keeps. So we can keep on playing, darling. You know what I'm saying? It's a great big world, and I like your company. So don't speak and don't think, just take my hand and come with me. We can work in detail later if we work them out at all. You pick the music, I'll start driving out here. They got a great big old sky out there. Learn to fly in it before the home. And we can learn to fly in it long before we fall. Oh Lord, we can move a mountain. And we can drop this airport. We can drive the back roads. Oh, and when we get there, we could trade my truck for some horses. Tear down the net fence in our way. Yeah, tear down the net fence that we see. Yeah, and just be happy, lonesome and free. Just be happy, lonesome and free. Just be happy, lonesome and free. Yeah, and me, yeah. Yeah, and me. You and me. Oh, you and me. See, it's a story old as the hills, and here it come again. We played the singing, we played it to the hill. It was a beautiful line, but if I hear it one more time, I swear to God, I'm just gonna have to shoot someone. We've been beat so down, and we painted this old town here red so many times, I believe it's so dead. But I can hear it so cute, this great big old sky us to go swimming in there. Yeah, you and I, we gon' go swimming in there. Yeah, we gonna move a Montana. Yeah, we gonna drop this airboat. We gon' drive a back roads. Oh, and when we get there, we gonna trade my truck for some horses. Tear down any fence in our way. Yeah, tear down any fence that we see. Yeah, and just be happy on something free. Just be happy on something free. Just be happy on something free. Yeah, and me. Yeah, and me. You and me. Oh, you and me.
All right, well, we're going to bring her home with one more song. Thank you all so very, very, very much for tuning in. Everybody on Facebook, everybody on YouTube, and everybody who has volunteered, and everybody who has donated. Thank you all so very, very, very much. It's good to be out the house. We're going to do one about mischief. We're going to call it Mischief, and it goes like this. Ready for it? 1, 2, ready.
It's a long, ugly shot in some foreign corner pocket. It's a big, big bat on a bad, bad head. And it's a one little tickle up against your skin. And it's a quarter smile and half a breath. And it's a little bit of sugar, little bit of spice. It's a lip burning on the tip of your tongue. And it's a one little tickle up against your skin. And it's a quarter smile and half a touch. And it's that little bit of mischief. A little bit of trouble does that old door left a little open, just that little bit of mischief does that little trouble does that old fire let it burn in, Lord, let it. It's a little bit of dancing, a giving and a taking and a giving, a smell of salt and sweat and breath. And it's the way your clothes stick to your body and get cold. And it's the way they warm up again. It's a ache in your cheeks from a smile you can't hide. It's a rise in your lungs when you breathe. It's a tremor and a quiver and a shiver and a hum. And it's a whistle and a kettle from the steam. It's that little bit of mischief, just that little bit of trouble, just that old door left that I'll open, just that little bit of mischief, just that little trouble, just that old fire let the burn in, it burn in, Lord, let it. Come on, let it.
pulling the intrigue and the edges of your vision, sharpening. It's just a wax and then the wane. This is just like that moon pulling at that old ocean. This is just like the lapping of the waves. As a reflex in your neck that tore your eyes away whenever I caught you looking. As a look on your face told me everything for the rest of your senses kicked in. Is that little bit of mischief, just that little bit of trouble, just that old door left, that I'll open, just that little bit of mischief, just that little trouble, just that old fire left to burn in. It burned in. Don't let it burn out. It's that little bit of mischief, just that little bit of trouble, just that old door after that I'll open, just that little bit of mischief, just that little trouble, just that old fire left to burn in. It burned in. Don't let it.
All right, thank you, Barbecue for Books. Thank you, Kevin. Cheers, y'all.
Thank you. A huge, huge thank you to all who have helped make our Madison County Library so amazing. Our interim library director, Peggy Goforth, who helped keep us together as we search for our new library director, to our new library director, Kim Belafato, who started just before the COVID-19 books hit the fan last winter and has done an unbelievable job keeping it all together. Woo! Thank you to all of the library staff, including our Hot Springs librarian, Winnie Brogland, the library trustees, the Friends of the Madison County Library, Friends of the Mars Hill Library, and all of our friends of the Hot Springs Library. A big thank you to Chris Cromie for your technical consultation and amazing technical skills, and to Amos McGregor for your generous and amazing sound skills. We could not have done this without you. And thank you to the rest of our amazing dream team of volunteers who helped organize this event. So that's Philip Solomon, Jason York, Liz Gullum, Sarah Jo Litwalk, Pete and Mary Dixon, Daniel Reed for our Barbecue for Books logo, Wendy Stansel, Caroline Pitts, Ike Lassiter, John Grader, Elmer Hall, Bob Dixon, Bill Becker, Rhiannon Miles, Captain Dangerous, Dave and Melissa Big, Mary Kelly, and everyone at the Laurel Community Center, Gentry's Hardware, and Ricker's Trucking. It's been a long day. Thank you. Woo. Thank you to all of our absolutely fantastic musicians. Give it up for these guys again. Pierce Edens with Kevin Reese. 75 Single Wide with Philip Solomon, Henry Scott Solomon, Tom Marsh, Sean Crow McKnight, and Jason York. Sun and Moon Dance with Chris Walsh, Josh Goforth. The Three Little Birds with Gretchen Hauser, Scarlett Ramsey, and Emma LaFond. Ashley Heath, Melanie Penland, Tim Campbell, Miles Perry, and Mark Bloomling. A big thanks to all of our local businesses and restaurants for our hosting our donation stations, and especially thank you, our generous community. You really are making a difference, and we appreciate you so much. There's still time to make a donation to the Friends of the Hot Springs Library New Building Fund as we pay for our permanent home. So again, you can go to our website, friendsofthehotSpringsLibrary.org, or you can send a check and make it out to FHSL and mail it to P.O. Box 175, Hot Springs, NC 28743. So our online donation totals was $5,800, plus the $5,000 from the TDA. So our totals so far, not from our donation stations, our totals so far reached $10,800. It's amazing. We are all so completely touched. Please become a member, get involved with us. This is a lot of fun. So again, I'm Megan Engel. Thank you for tuning in. Stay well. See you next year. I'm out.